Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten.
Really?
Shadow hunting me.
Sorry, guys.
I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
Okay. You wake up, Daniel. Really? The technology's not gonna let me do what I want. Oh, come on now. Don't be weird at me. Oh yeah, you better default. Hold on, guys. Don't know how that's not even really the start menu.
Speech unavailable here.
Oopsie. Sorry, guys. That's that menu. There's the pause menu. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna do something quick here. Also gotta reload my page because it's been weird. Okay, I didn't have the spinny thing. So you gotta have the spinny thing too. Wow, okay, seriously, load please, so I can see chat. No, that's cool stuff with that. Okay, it's still saying connected chat. I don't like that. It's still saying it. Okay, now it's not. Oh, technology today. Got to be very difficult sometimes, it is. Okay. I'm going to reload that one, yeah. Send that one, yeah. Hold on, guys. Just hold on before I continue on. I gotta fix something quick. Connection-wise, somewhere something is not connected. So just hold on a sec, guys. Alright. Okay, come on. Stop with the darn spinning. Stop with the connecting. And start working. I do not have time for this. Really, I don't. I want to get to my stream, and you're not letting me. Sorry, guys. Just hold on. Technology, come on. Chop, chop. Technology. I don't have all day. I like that hearts. I like them hearts. Hearts are nice. They are beautiful things, aren't they? You better stop spinning now. I'm messy. I'm talking to the computer, guys. Sorry. I consider my computer being kind of one that likes to be a little bit rude at times, but it can be actually a sweet computer. Nonetheless, it can be. I mean, it's not 100% always, but I'm happy for having what I have. So, that's a certain. Yeah, this needs to reload. Sorry guys, I'm just doing something quick. I have to finish this before I can do my stream, so just hold on, okay? I know it's gonna work out. It's just everything's slow. Technology's not always the best. What the heck? I'm not offline. I'm streaming. What the heck is this about? Oh, technology, stop that. Now you guys, talk to the computer. Come on. Yep. You're loading. You're taking forever. Sorry, the computer is loading something. That's what you call the spinning wheel of death when you watch these streams. Being real out there. Good enough to pause though. Right. Okay, I think we can continue. I can continue at least. Follow the liquid trail and find its source. Okay. I will once I come in here and get this tinderbox. They mean this liquid trail box. It's telling me to. Whoa. I'm going into Alice in Wonderland here because it feels like it sometimes. This game feels like Alice in Wonderland if it was a horror game. And kind of is a horror game. Kind of Alice in Wonderland out there. Oh. Actually, there is, if anyone knows Through the Looking Glass, there is a amnesia mod for that. But it's kind of combined with Through the Looking Glass and also just normal Alice in Wonderland. And instead of a rabbit, you're going after a white grunt, I think. So a rabbit has been replaced with a grunt. I don't know what a grunt is in real life. If it is such a thing in real life, I don't know. Whoa! Whoa! Boy! Whoa! That was something. My character was a little insane. Insane and rain. Insane! Craziness. Crazy. Craziness. Bronco crazy this guy is. Where's the tinderbox? There it is. He getting bombarded with these darn notifications are trying to focus. I'm trying to... No.
Available here.
Sorry guys again for doing that. I was making sure that my graphics was able me to see in the darkness. I hope you guys can see too. Sometimes I accidentally click the button, might look like making the game go off. So sorry about that. And I'm saying I should go in there, but what do you guys think? Do you guys think I should go in there? 'Cause I might just go in there because I don't know, I'm bored and have nothing else to do. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, nah. That wasn't so beautiful after that. How rude. How rude. How rude. How rude. I was talking about on the game. How rude. Yeah, no. Bye-bye. I'm going to the next door, next zone. I'm not going to be using a lot of time boxes until we get to, like, I guess that basement zone. Because I can see perfectly fine. You guys might not be able to. Maybe, well, I don't know. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting out of here. Gotta go fast. That's not scary, that was just paper in the wind. Signaling me to pick up the darn lantern wrist. Yes, I will do, because I actually need that lantern if you want light layer. Or now if you guys are really scared of the dark. I'm not gonna turn on yet. I'm not scared. I haven't closed the door yet, but I always close doors in this game. I'm trying to think of all you crouches. And you'll actually stay crouched until I think you turn it off. I kind of forgot. I haven't played Amnesia for a while. I played none as Amnesia since I've gotten into all these basics, so this is kind of my first revival of playing Amnesia. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I want to close the door, please. Yeah. And this is really distracting when I have notifications pop up. ML this. Okay.
19th of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young and strong. He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
I like how he does that.
But
I'm trying to think, how do you turn on without... Okay. It's square. I want to turn it on, actually, for... until I get to the door. That wasn't too difficult. By the way, I probably won't go super late today with this, guys, but... just telling you. Hey. Hey, buddy. Really? Technology, come on. Stop. Sorry, not saying stop to you. You're fine, Sneaky, huh? Nice to see you again, and all your biz. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing pretty decent. And I'm going to the archives. After this part.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
Okay, no, I don't need to look at that door. I'm good. How are you?
you've been to the refinery, have you not?
Maybe not.
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the...
I'm going to run.
The inner sanctum.
I don't know if I'm running.
My most precious
I agree,
chamber.
it's good.
And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
Theory. Icky. They blocked the door. Why yada. I want to go through that door. You blocked it, you slime ball. They blocked the door. How am I supposed to continue now? I can go the other way, but still, that's kind of not fun. By the way, if you have questions about this game, welcome to ask. It's kind of a complex game. Well, hello, cockroaches. Scatter away. I'm sorry. I'm just playing around with the game. Well, I'm doing pretty decent. I swear to switch to a there's the tender box. Don't be too alarmed. It's no scariness. No scary stuff yet. No monsters yet in the closet, they say. No monsters in the closet coming out to peek their heads yet. That doesn't happen until after, when you're in the basement. I don't like that. I remember going in this area in one of the mods for this game. One of the mods for this game let you go in this area. They also let you go in in this area. You can actually exit from this area before the rocks fell down. Actually, your character originally caused the rocks to fall down here. By the way, somehow I think they caused it. And there's a third another 10 bucks. I don't know how many I have. I have 13 tender boxes. Holy hell, that's a lot of tender boxes. But there's a reason I'm going down to get this one. Because there's gonna be probably something covering the stairs when I come back. I'm gonna tell you what though. I hate the archives. I mean, I like it, but I hate the room at the same time. I do understand I like Brandenburg as a whole. But please feel free to ask questions about the game. I mean, after all, you're my mod. I did take followers only off so everybody could chat, not just me and you. You know, it's fair. But it is fair to let other people talk in the chat too. So you can get many, many friends, and as many friends as possible. It's always a good feeling. Sorry, I'm putting these books away just cause it would make the place look neater. Don't you agree? May it be nice for the people who actually live here not to have to slave away. You know, I'm not scared that because that's not scary of me anymore. I play this game too much to not be scared of it anymore. Yourself, ghost. I'm not scared of you. How do you kiss the door? The door looks lonely. I'm just kidding around, don't worry guys. I'm not scared though.
16th of May, 1839. The unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber. No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
Just curious, what do you think of this game? Sneaky, what do you think of it? Excuse me. Mobile alarm? Huh, thought something was about to happen. Oh well. I'm gonna do this just cause a little light's good for the character Sandy. It actually helps the character feel a little better. Oh, poor chair. I'm trying to flip this chair, not maybe fly everywhere. Oh yeah, duh. And there we go. Now the sound needs to keep it area is a little more cleaner. Ooh, a $10. So more people would say use your lantern and stuff here. I'm not going to use it too early. But I hope you guys are enjoying this game. And nonetheless, I hope you guys are still having fun. I hereby offer my full attention service to Alexander, Baron of Brandenburg. The contract will be gained for a total of 3 years, when my freedom shall return to me. And this Alexander, Baron of Brandenburg, is to recommend my services at the Prussian Royal Court within the sanctum of the Order of the Black Eagle. May no man break this seal. William, House of Gruncham. That guy might kind of come in handy later. I'm not scared of this. Why would I be scared of this the whole way? How about you sound like a goat? That's what you sound like. It sounds like a, you know, like a goat would sound like. I don't know, I'm not good at impressionists, but you know what I mean. You guys get what I'm saying, I hope. Sound like a goat to me. Sound like what a goat would sound like. I'm not scared, by the way, because I know a little more about this part than you guys do, so I'm not going to say anything, but I know every nook and cranny of this level. I know what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. I can tell you, though, not much. It's going to happen. That's going to be too scary for you, at least I hope. That I don't scare you away with this game, because I don't want to scare anybody on purpose. Well, even though it's Halloween, I'm not actually intentionally scaring you. It's the game that could scare you, not me, though. I'm gonna pick this note up, though.
17th of May, 1839. My hands tremble as I write. I feel a need to document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger. Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me. I mustered my strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen. Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them, which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside. I was trapped.
Ew, that don't sound good. I meant for the character in the game. Wait, though, we're in a castle right now. We're not inside a little... Look, we're in a castle, boy. You're not trapped anywhere. You're in a big open space. Why are you saying you're trapped? Why are you saying you're trapped, boy? I mean, seriously, look at how big a look how big a space this is compared to what he was talking about. He's not in a tight space. He's in a small space. Not a tight space or a small space. He's in a big space. Why are you saying, boy? You're not trapped right now. Well, he is just loony, but hey, I'd be loony too, I guess, if I'm getting chased by who knows what in this castle. Okay, I am gonna light stuff. I don't care what anyone thinks or says about it. It's better than my sanity going to nothingness. There's another one right here. I'm not scared. Just kind of getting... Oh, look. Look at this jump scare. Hi, book. And piano. How many times have I seen that or heard that in a horror story? Plenty of times. I really don't even mind I'm using some tinderboxes because I kind of need to. But those books that I can actually pick up over here because it looks a little whoa book. And there we go. It looks a little neater now. With not having two masons on the ground. Close this. I think I went through this area. Close that. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sneaky. I love it too. I mean, who wouldn't love an interesting thing like this? Alright, I'm gonna see what's in these drawers, just in case there was something. It's gonna check. Alright. Just I have to look at my thing. The door leading to the local history room is locked. Is there another entrance? Maybe. I don't want to spoil anything for you guys who, you know, the ones that are new. Oh, I don't like that. I mean, I like it, but it scared me a little bit. I'm gonna leave most of the things that are on the ground like this. I'm talking to the monsters in no language. Maybe that's what the moaning we've been hearing is. Maybe that guy. That's a possibility. I mean, cause it sounded like he was moaning there. Come on. What happened? Sneaky, look at what dust. Move away. Now I'm trapped. I bet you wrote about it, didn't you? Must find a new way out of the area. Out of this area. Ugh. Yay, I'm trapped. Could it get much worse? Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, yes, it could get worse. No, I don't want it to get worse. Oh. Nope, not going to the mill. Gonna stay away from that cutscene. That's just foreign nonsense talk. Oh, you gotta get going already? I barely got to even have you in here. You know where you gotta go? Well, if you have any friends that like stuff that's eerie, that you can invite them here. If you want. I'm not saying you have to, but if you do. But could you at least stay lurking in the stream? I really need the support of lurkers. You don't have to say nothing. You can leave, but just kind of say, yeah, exactly. I don't feel so. I still talk though, because that's who I am. Oh, I don't know. Great. I fell. That is awesome. Look, save me. Door, save me.
17th of May, 1839. After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light.
Just saying, if you do want to say anything, get out of the lurk. You can...
It was waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light.
I'm just saying, if you want to say something about the game, like if you see stuff there you like, you can always come out lurk. I mean, everyone eventually does. But I'll probably also not run this really late. Probably at least get to the second half and then I'll probably end it anyway. Like before I go into the prison will be when I end, so you guys won't miss much.
I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint glow escaped my fingers and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety. Grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
That's cool. Make sure I actually got everything though. Once I didn't, there was an ounce of oil. Boy. Come on, pick up the chair. None of these chairs get okay, I can pick you up. I'm gonna not smash it with a chair because I can smash them with my own fist. There we go. I punched through a wall. Boy.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
Well, this is the Folklore, the Gatherers, which are those monsters, pretty much. There's the Visit Undone. The Moral Baron. That's cool. That's what I also think. Oh no, but I have to light it so I can actually see. Nightbot scared me there. Nope, not picking up right away. Not gonna do it. We'll put this up though. Regarding close of the wine cellar. William and the fools have endangered my research long enough with that. I surrounded handling of human vessels. The sheriff is keeping a watchful eye, and for as he kills my trusted servants. It's just a matter of time until they follow trail to Brandenburg. I need to lock William and his men up to avoid further investigation from the public, and my cell will therefore be sealed off until the matter has been handled. Either the king's men leave, or they will starve. Whoever comes first, they can rot for all I care. And I will feed them some wine. It would, in a sense, solve both of my problems. Interesting. Okay, I'll wait. I'm just trying to move the chair out of my way so I can, I'll move. Alright. If anyone's like scared of monsters, it's probably like a perfect place to hide. It's this little closet, but I'm not scared because I know nothing's gonna harm it yet. a monster? Well, since I got the key, I'm going to the next area. I'm not gonna stay too long in these areas. If I'm not needed to be staying there too long. I don't even have. It's still all good, so that's good. I'm not gonna like try falling more because that isn't very smart. Yeah, that red goop stuff is just nonsensely annoying. Also, something. I don't think this area has stuff to light, but it's like not really that dark. I mean, to me, for how dark these areas are, they're not as bad as they could be. I've seen places way scarier and way worse. Believe me. Really, I keep on closing these darn things. That's annoying me. That is a monster. I'm not planning on going in there yet. I'm not scared of that either. Wasn't that scary. Ow. Our head hurt the noggin. Well, none left. Anytime I hear those step noises in the amnesia game, especially if there's no this isn't really like a basement. It makes me think of what the heck is going through the people who made this game. I suppose it's pretty scary in fact, but what are you gonna do? It's trying to be scary, it's kind of fun.
What's happening? Oh, it feels like my chest is going to burst.
I'm gonna read this. Sorry, cut into a cutscene, but it happens. Anyways, I'm gonna read this. William's last words. My name is William Houser. These are my final words, my confession, testament. 2 years ago, I was summoned to the Castle Brandenburg as most of the aristocracy. I was curious about what suppose Naildor could want from me and accepted the invitation. The Baron was finally offered me a proposition. It dawned on me that nature of the contract was sorted, and that the reason I was chosen was because of the failings of my past, not my ours. I've been rewarded with during time as a soldier. I was to kidnap healthy humans upon my time as his size realm. I do so without asking questions. In return, he will attest to my character at the royal court. Advancing my position within noble society, I would like to claim that I struggled with my decision, but became swiftly, and I accepted wholeheartedly. Ever since the day I brought men, women, and children to Edinburgh, I can't remember the number, but there were maybe perhaps even 100, none of whom were ever seen or heard from again. Tonight the band invites me and my men down to Windsor to celebrate our work. I had much suspicion as we descended the stairs, but he insisted and joined us in a toast. The wine tasted fine, and my men drank without restraint. So begins the punishment from our sins. The Baron has locked us up and we returned upstairs. Forgive me for what I have done. I was weak and fell into his diabolic ways. My men are screaming. Their skin has been pierced by their own tangled bones. I feel my insides rolling against their God-given nature. Blood has begun to pour from my eyes. I can no longer. I guess it means that he can live no longer.
My God! Wilhelm, do something!
Except we're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
Jeez Louise, dude. Maybe you should be a little careful your words. Jeez. Not like I'm fully family friendly sometimes. This game I will not probably be fully family friendly. And I don't know if I'm going to capture the monster over here or not. I'm going to try. Guys, I'm going to try to set up a trap for him. We'll see if he'll... I'm not even near I am this at the moment. I mean, yes, I will be. I'm going to do this to lay it. Because then I can kind of do this and take that light off. I'm not scared. Okay, well, I'm going to actually keep this light on, too. And don't worry, you guys are lurking the stream and not talking because you guys don't have to answer. I'm just talking because I feel like it makes sense for me to actually talk about the game while I'm playing it. I probably will be doing reruns after this, and this will be part of them. Won't be this one will probably not be one of my longer ones. It'll probably be one of my more shorter ones. But makes some sense it won't be long because it's also getting kind of, it's only like 7:41. I'm feeling a little tired. I don't know why. I'm only building on this side though. When I build on every side, on both sides, I probably wouldn't get anywhere. Because monster only is from one side only. I guess I technically should also build where that wood is, but I probably will actually since I have this box here. Now I'll get north and the one's in there. let's do it more over here. Sorry if I'm quiet, guys. I'm just trying to like focus on my game as well as you guys. Just, you know, not that easy to focus on both things sometimes. So I'm gonna get this tinderbox before I forget. Alright, these tinderboxes just so I don't forget them. I'll do one more. I think there was stuff in here I could use. Ah, there's this barrel right about here I could use. Else, I think make me move a little slow. But way handed. But at least they can be easily put down. And I didn't even knock any of that stuff down. I'm happy. I actually didn't trap all my... Forgot all about him. He made a barrel of by. I'm gonna ask a way to, how many of these do I have? Do I have enough to at least light these little things? I mean... Oh, hi. I'm just gonna close this door. That actually wasn't as hard as possible. Now we can open and close this door. As I just noticed. I mean, of course, we could before, but you know, it's a difficult task when it comes to when there was a monster there. What I can do. On to the next area. I mean, as I said, I'm not going to stay in each area too long. Just long enough to do what needs to be done and collect what I need to collect. And yeah, I mean that goes. So I have to worry about that hard enough. But not too badly hard enough. And on to the next zone. I actually think Sneaky might have left the stream for some reason. I'm not gonna actually worry about turning too many lights on in this phone. Into the game, by the way, guys. I was telling it to take easy. look at least a couple more tender boxes in here. And there's another one. At least we got like 2 things. I'm gonna read this. Chemical reaction. Lack of a chimney to provide what vent the fumes from my most recent experiments has taken its toll on many of my less stable ingredients in storage. Some seem unaffected, but many are stained by the fumes and will be difficult to salvage. I should do what I can and move them to the wine cellar. More monster. And no, we're gonna be seeing that film later on. Seeing that war type of monster later.
There should be more coop rats. Let me see.
Ollie Acme experiment. This is my 3rd attempt to produce artificial venti. The former compounds lack the consistency I need, but I sense I'm close. Climb my abdomen already given, and the copyright binds them well. This time I will attempt Agavagina instead of Agaforus and hope it will produce a more even solution. The experiment was unsuccessful. The solution is highly acid and provides unpractical to put it to any use except as a deterrent. Organic tissue reacts especially violently to the solution and should be handled with the greatest care. I might be able to use the recipe, but I'm losing hope that I will find an alkali solution to my predicament.
And 1 part aquaforce.
There will be times though I have to run in the dark. Just telling you guys that too. There'll be times I have to. I guess I'll do this. Watch your eyes, guys, whoever's watching. One day I will return. If it wasn't for the thought of you, my love, I would be able to go on. When I find myself doing terrible things, I take comfort in you. As long as I am able to think of you and long for a life together, I know I'm better than others. I weep for them. They lust for power without restraint. I only crave fair judgment and a safe return. I mean, so there was nothing behind these boxes. And it wasn't. That water monster, and eat this one. I'm gonna put this one back up. It does. Well, may not be perfect, but good enough. The stairs have collapsed, finding a way to climb back up. Up this way. I'm pretty sure that's a good way up. Back to river. He sat down but kept Spudwell guessing first spread power from his forehead onto the sand veiled ground. Oh wow. All that red stuff. Oh, I don't like it. But there's one tissue that will go and get dissolved. That's the one down here. And it's really not that dark in this room. So you don't need the lantern. Plus, yeah. It's gonna write something, but I don't need it because I already got it handled. Now on to refinery, which is basically the basement. But we get into more basement, it's kind of confusing. This castle's huge. And we get into areas that look almost not basement-like at all. And it's like, how can this be even kind of remotely by a basement unless we climb back up again? Which I guess it could have. Here, I'm gonna do this. And yes, there will probably be a surprise here for you guys soon.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
Whoops. Think before running. Whoops. Randy. Probably at least get probably will get an hour or so in this. Because I'll get at least, you know, a couple rooms in the next zone. I'll probably get at least 2 rooms and then take a break. Well, be done for today and, you know, take a break for today. If you know what I mean.
2nd of June, 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry. After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England. He said he didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way. I found my journal this morning in the haphazard collection of things brought home from Africa. Next to it lay the broken stone orb wrapped in cloth. I tried to assemble it, but couldn't. The pieces wouldn't fit together, as if they weren't from the same object. Could I have imagined it all? Was there ever a complete orb?
I have no idea. Excuse me.
June 1839. I feel the need to continue this journal, even though it was intended for my journey to Africa. This must be something very important. I just know it. I've taken it upon myself to piece the orb back together, but it's been more difficult than one might think. The pieces are behaving strangely. They seem to change colour, shape, and texture, but ever so slightly. Yesterday, I took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today, I confirmed my suspicions. They were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith. I approached the subject with care, and we discussed how rocks change form. He told me about the nature of glass, how it eventually collapses on itself, like ice slowly melting over the course of centuries. Smith eased my mind a bit, but I can't escape the feeling that these shards have otherworldly properties.
Okay. The door leading to the back room is blocked off. Find another way in. Okay. Ow. Sorry. Sorry, Crappy. Or anything from me there. Sorry. I don't know. That did some actual good for my sanity. Yeah, it says my sanity is now head is pounding, hands are shaking. The thing was like ... before. That scary when it's barely even attacking you, or that it's just there. He crashed through the surface. The dog out of the water spurred him. He struggled to make sense of the situation. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Oh, hi. Danny Danger Mouse. Oh, that's nice of you to say hi. Oh, I did not want to be in the water. Go over there. Oh, it's nice to see you, my friend. That was nice. No, it didn't let me move. That car stunk of nice. Yeah, I forgot. It's probably gonna make me do what I just did over. I have a feeling. That's usually how these games work. Maybe not kill me. You cannot listen. A human says, come on, leave me alone. I'm not liking this monster. Also, I don't like how my character jumps so like that. Come on. Go over there to eat that. And a whole little food over there. I'm just gonna throw these into the water because I really don't think I need them anymore. But it's nice that you came and said hi anyway, I have to say. I hope you're doing well for yourself as well, Danny. Nice of you to at least say hi, even though you're at work. Why is it not going into the water? I just keep on tossing and it didn't go. get. But I killed the monster, so we shouldn't have problems now. I mean, we shouldn't have problems with the monster being here anymore because I pretty much killed it. I do hope you're doing well, though, Danny. It's nice that you at least came in and say hi from your work. That was very kind of you. I want to smash it, splash it. Yeah, cool. I don't care what you say. I'm gonna kill it. Yeah, I'm gonna kill it. That's what I'm gonna do. The little monster is gonna get a splash attack. I don't care. It got killed this time. Sorry, that missed cloud, but it's now gonna do a knocking noise, even though it's not there. I thought that knocking noise would still happen. And it doesn't have to go next to the door. Come into our room. Come on, little bugger. Come on. Yeah, guess what? He's dead. That was actually easy. That was easy, guys. I'm not stopping. Yeah, I'm gonna do a couple rooms in here and then I'll probably be done for today. Like, oh, that's beautiful. This is peaceful. I like it. Right now, I kinda don't want too many rooms because it's gonna. eventually make it probably turn yuck. Yeah, I have a bad feeling about that. Actually, I don't think you see the shower in any of the rooms up here. You see Dark Array, like, crazy, but you don't see it, like, shower until, like, later. I think I'll do this room and then the guest room, and then I'm gonna take a break, or I'll be done for the night because I'm actually getting tired. No, it wasn't a long one. Probably do this room. Actually, I'll probably do 3 rooms. And not gonna be doing like the machine room, not tonight at least. But I'll be doing the. Probably gonna actually try to do a storage if I'm not tired. Since I'm slowly getting tired. I'm guessing you guys know who this is. The statue. Not this thing. I was trying to get a statue. This thing. That's Stefano. I don't want to pick him up because I don't want to carry him around every last where. I don't want to lose him, if you know what I mean. I don't like some people have. Because you easily lose them by dropping them. There's a note right over here somewhere I need to get. They said this is all about, what's his name? The wire. Oh yeah, Agrippa's note. And this is Agrippa's note. Sorry, I'm yawning. Pretty much that's what it is. Basically how he got the orb and stuff, but like the Guardian didn't actually harm him or anything, and just kind of send him on, I don't know, like you could say a little adventure, and pretty much outside somewhere where the was. For now, I'm gonna have lantern. Animal experiment. Canis lupus first, 1658, April 12th. After a short study, it is clear that allegation found among humans can be found in dogs. Sputum pain induces stress, which seems to trigger endurance response, causing the animal to burst for energy. I believe that cause is produced in the brain. It is difficult to determine exactly where and what it is, but I can sense that it reaches a cosmic genesis. Sorry, I have an itch. There is an inherent problem in harnessing this energy, since the creature is bound to die from this exercise. I must refine the process of torture to enable any real work to be done. More experiments must be performed, but it seems that only human beings are able to produce the amount necessary, and it might be their ability to appreciate the severity of the process that argues their experience of terror. I'm gonna pick this note up as well. Foresters. 1658, January 9th. For this point, the alchemist's last findings yield nothing. I'm still unable to grasp the inner workings of life in its relation to the power I sense within. I shall sorry guys, I'm getting second. Pursue more books on the subject, but I suspect it will be in vain since no research has been made in my particular interest. I must attempt to fulfill the void myself. Clearly, humans emit more of the energy I seek, but I hope animals will survive, as they would prove less of a hassle to acquire. That wasn't that scary. It was more kind of annoying. I scared these guys by. In fact, we're gonna use a skull. Yeah. Alright, use a skull on this guy's statue right here, if I can get its head. There. Now he has a new head. Perfect. Now I'm going to continue onward and across. I guess technically since there's not any shadow stuff out here, because this is pretty much the only zone I could remember any. Yeah, actually, yep, there's some on these trees, so only out here though, I think, because like the other areas you don't really see. I guess technically the darkness in the storage is causing it, and I don't know, and the guest room doesn't have any at all. So I guess I thought I was gonna fall. Technically speaking, this is really the only physical area you see it though. It does, I guess, includes the darkness in the area, I guess it says, but I don't know. I really think I should not do 3 rooms. I mean, it's already 8:19. I'm already getting tired. When will it be my turn? Have I not so restrained my patience spans centuries from where I came? Mankind has not even embraced their breath yet. I bow to them. I bow to you. I have done so much for you. I have gained nothing in return, but I trusted you. It was I who, in all fairness, should have entered the gate. I'm just trying to light this if I can. Nice. Elevation machine instructions. If the elevator breaks down again, make sure to use the steam engine to build up pressure before channeling into the machinery. Adjusting the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The mirrors should read up 8, down 8. The flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity steam set functions, 4-phase amplitude, and complete steam flow cycle. Note that the machines will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Of course, makes sense. I like to have a little peaceful light, I guess, as they say. I get so nervous on this level when jumping. That's the last one I had to jump. Whew. And now I got everything I need from in here. All notes and everything. I mean, wow. I've gotten all the diaries so far, too. Must mean I'm a good finder. Since we're kind of walking out, I'm not going to worry to waste my lantern any too much. I feel like I should finish all the rooms and at least get the machine room done. I mean, if I get this whole first section done, I might feel a little better. I want to do guest room like after the storage, because storage is a bit difficult because of all the monsters in it. Because guest room, you don't even have to interfere with the monster, you can just go in and out. Same with the machine room later on. Now you just basically get the stuff you need done and then you're out. So I'm going to go into storage as my second room. You try to put the pieces together, but like the senders, they shifted when you weren't looking. I think that is talking about the art pieces. That's how the art pieces have changed and all that is. I do remember this area being kind of dark in the beginning, so we might have to light up a little bit, but in places we'll have to light up. But that is better than having it pure darkness. Like how it starts out here, as you can tell. Oh, it will get lighter, don't worry guys. I will make sure of it. Some way, somehow. I will make sure it gets at least lighter up here in this zone where I'm entered, and not hitting that tool piece yet because I want to make sure it's all bright and somewhat ready.
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
So, well, like, this is actually not that dark. Well, that basement have probably kind of dark, but you don't have to be down there that long. I have to do this. Come on, get this. Well, that guy wouldn't stop me. I did say it was not gonna be easy doing this. Don't want to take the monster too long. I think actually this might be my... Well, I'll do this room in the guest room and I'm probably done. Damn it, darn it, sorry. That was funny when I dropped his head. That was kind of funny. I'm not even scared, and there's no more monster. But I will be setting up something for later. Don't worry. Don't worry, guys. I do know there's gonna be monsters more of later. So I'm preparing for later. I'm also collecting this $10 now. Something. I'm scared of down here. Oh, this is a scary basement. Oh, it's so dark and eerie. Alright, explosive mixture. Also, I have prepared the explosives you need for clearing the blood drain. I can't stress enough how important it is that the mixture is handled with care. Please try to tell your primary service this before you go ahead with your plans. The liquids are not by on. I'm lost in my place. By themselves explosive and should be kept separate to avoid for mishaps. I have arranged 2 large vats in the next room for the ingredients. All you have to do is to mix the liquids and you are ready to go. And hello. Whoever is in here, hello. Okay, well, I can close this door and not worry about it. There's some areas that actually need light. Like this main outside here area. I do hope that everyone is enjoying the stream who's here. I do hope that everyone though is liking this as much as you can, because I'm not trying to say you have to like it, I'm just saying I hope you guys find my stuff entertaining. I do hope everyone is having a good day as much as they can, or good evening, or whichever you're having. actually a little light at least. At least to my knowledge.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
I don't know if I want to be playing with a stone door over here because it actually has a grunt behind it. You know, and grunts aren't necessarily the best toys to play with, as they say. Trying to build up my tiny tinder boxes a little bit more. And not oil as well because both are kind of needed things. Come on, just run out. Hey, you're high enough back in you. Whoop. This is my last room though, guys. And if I won't do the magic, then bam, another grunt because that's killed. That didn't sound good. I also think I'll just turn this one candle on. Gives you a little sort of extra light. In case of a missing rod, if a full set of 3 rods is unavailable, there's 1 rod in the inner study rooms, which might work in case the elevator breaks down again. Unless it is absolutely necessary, always use spare rods in storage before using an amended one. I got killed by the way, that was kind of funny. It close to 2 hours and something, probably when we're done here. That's fine by me. No, you don't. my goodness, see it too. Well, that was gonna come and go eventually. I'm gonna see if that actually... Kind of good, I actually went through. Actually, that's the hardest part right there. That's the part we just made it through. And now we have all the group that's gonna be here now, but that's okay. Doesn't really actually change my plan. I'm actually gonna finish the machine room, then I'll be done here. And none of these rooms have monsters that are in the shadow, which for the most part doesn't actually hurt you.
My journal. What did they want with my journal? The flicker, the bluish light.
Someone who was looking for his journal makes actual some sense. I'm not using a lantern in here because I mean look how bright and fragrant this place is. I mean it's kinda nice compared to area just at. I'm not actually one bit scared of this area. There's a no occur.
2nd of July, 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him.
That sounds a little eerie. Alright, on to the next. We don't have any more notes out here, don't we? I didn't see any more. Oh, there's one.
3rd of July, 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, the day I was trapped inside the orb chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue. He finally visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
Alright, I guess onward now.
The key. Please, let it be here.
4th of July, 1839. It's done! The orb is assembled. I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
Thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
And yeah, that was an easy room because I can just go right in the machine room, do the stuff, and go on the next zone. Which I will not continue like next zone, but I'm gonna do at least the machine room. At least the machine room, and then once I age out of the machine room, I'll go in the elevator and at least be ready for next round, if you know what I mean, next stream. And do amnesia. And I will pause when I do my thing. I'm not gonna need this open. Yes, I know there's slime here. That doesn't make this place not safe per se, I guess. It's gonna make me look at a learn.
Have an ascending
No.
room. Would it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
5th of July, 1839. Today I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
So I'm just gonna show you all my love and hurts. There we go. Now I have 18. That's like 18 messages. Right? Trying to think of where. There you are.
This is another one of those contrast levels, this time calming the player down for what will happen once the elevator is finally running. The map is still dark though, giving a bit of foreboding for what is about to happen.
When I first saw the concept art for this level, I was pretty happy because I think it looked very interesting, with all the pipes coming from random places and going throughout the level. But I was also a little bit worried because it looked so time-consuming to create all the pieces and placing them in the level. In the end, I was right about that because it did take a lot of time to make everything fit together. But I also think it was worth it because it's a very interesting looking level, and we also use the same pipe system for other levels. As for all the pipes in this level, I modeled and textured them in Maya. I think there are 26 different pieces of pipes that I made. I had to import the wall pieces used in this level into Maya as well, and make a temporary little map to check if the pipes were correct length and all. I also had to make sure all the pipes snap and align well at 0.25 meters in every axis, otherwise placing all the pipes in the level would be nearly impossible. As for creating the texture for the pipes, it was pretty easy because I went with a simple, kind of rusty metal look. And when that was done, I started with the pipe work in the level. As you can see, there are a lot of pipes in this level. After this map was done, you could say I pretty much became the plumber of the team. And for some reason, I got most of the pipe-related levels scheduled to me.
As I was about to say, Messina Equipment memo. Note that there are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Be sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. And now I'm going to do the snow as well so you can hear it.
14th of July, 1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know." I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle. Signed, Alexander. What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
I hope he can. At least these two on. The note.
17th of July, 1839. How has this escaped me? They're all dead. Limbs scattered, heads split down the middle, their skin flayed as if boiled. I feel like I'm falling into myself. What's happening? Sir William Smith, Professor Taylor, now Dr. Tate. Is it following me? How can it not be? It's the damn thing I brought from Africa. Something is after me. I have no choice but to trust the Baron. He better know what he claims. If he is wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well.
Yeah. I will regret that if he doesn't know what he's doing. That last piece though, I need. There you are. Yeah, it says the piece I need for the machinery. I've already been 2 hours. Jeez, Louise. Well, this is my last room I'll be doing for today, because if I do too much farther, I'm gonna be tired. It's almost like 9 p.m. at my time. Not a bad ending, though. I'll get all the machinery to work, at least, so I can get that done. Basically, all I have to do in the next stream, you know, pretty much our, you know, I mean, will be to go down the elevator. Unless you guys want me to go down the elevator and just wait in this prison. I don't really want to wait in the prison so much. Do you need to close that to put this on? No, you can put it on when it open. I'm gonna close it this side. Peekaboo. Hello. Hey. Hey. What's not running? Oh, I forgot. I forgot to step in the machinery. I need the flow rods. It's like, oh yeah, duh. I need the rods to be in their spots. That's my problem. Excuse me? Yeah. trying to use on that, thank you. Now the rods are all in place, and now we can do it. That's good news. Alright. Alright, I think I got all the notes from here too. Notes. Yeah, I do have all the notes. And all the diaries as well. Not bad. This means I don't have any mementos right now, which means I don't have any notes that he needs to write. Now we should be able to turn this machine on. I at least got the machine started, so that's a plus. We could have we could actually have me in the elevator again, prepared for next time. It could be like having dark shot and everything. I'm being ready for next time when we do this. Yeah. That's like perfect right there. That's a good ending. Well, I am actually going to end, guys, but I will be starting my reruns after this. I'm sorry if some of you come in late to stream, but I do really need to end because it's like 9:02 and I need my sleep. It's like 2 hours and 5 minutes now. And I've been doing this, so I think it might be a good choice for me to take a break or, take a little rest before I continue. So, you guys don't have to have me being tired. And I think a lot of you probably agree, like, oh yeah, it's probably a good idea. Let me take a good little snooze and then maybe tomorrow I'll probably not do amnesia until Monday again, just telling you guys. So tomorrow might be a different type of stream. It might be IRL or some more game, because I don't want to always have to do scary stuff. Might be IRL tomorrow, because I kind of wanted to do a little bit of art. Guys, my headphones are taking. Sneaky. Hi, Sneaky. Welcome back. Well, I don't know. I want to end, but I also don't want to, because I'm not feeling that tired. It feels weird. It's like I'm tired, but I'm not. Maybe I'll continue. Actually, I might try and finish Amnesia. I'm gonna at least get to third act. I want to continue for a little bit more. But I am getting slightly a bit tired.
This elevator ride is actually constructed like one at a Swedish theme park. It's not the elevator that moves, but the wall. I assume movies use the same trick a lot. This elevator ride is actually constructed. This elevator ride is actually constructed. This elevator ride is actually constructed like one at a Swedish theme park. It's not the elevator that moves, but the wall. I assume movies use the same trick a lot.
How can I do a dab when, how can I make a dab, I can't talk over the point. How can I make a dab when I'm not showing on camera? I can do a dab, but you won't see it, is the thing. You're silly, you know that? I like you, Sneaky, you're such a good friend. I'll do it, I'll make sure to do your dab next time I'm on an IRL stream for you. I will make sure to do that though for you once we're on an IRL stream. Yeah, we're gonna do a little more of this. I'm feeling that it might be end up making me more tired, but we need more story. We need more fun.
Come this way.
What was that?
But you've missed a lot, Sneaky, and
Warned you. One of my
good parts of the game.
responsibilities as a baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
I will not linger. I'm not lingering. I have to move these rocks. I mean, you're blocking the path into the place. What do you expect me to do, dude? But you have missed a bit of stuff that has happened between the time when you left. I mean, this doesn't look like the same area I was in when you left. I mean, some stuff has gone down. Would you please, Rock? Move over. Oi. No, I'm not mad. What happened? What do you mean, what happened? I'm in a dungeon. Great. Seriously? Right now you had to do this for a monster? I hear a monster again someplace. It sounds like a... I swear that sounds like a goat. Never mind. Oh, do you mean like what happened with the story? Like what I was talking about? Well, you basically missed... You missed a couple monster areas, pretty much. You pretty much missed a few monster stuff that are quite interesting. You missed the water monster. I don't know if you saw the part that was in the water. I think you might have been left before that. I'm not sure, but I think you missed the basement monster and the storage monsters. Ugh. Too many monsters in this game. I don't like this area one bit because there's two monsters in it. Sorry, I'm snoring because I'm kind of getting annoyed. I think I might want to go back to that area because that might have had some stuff for me, but no. I tell you, this game is making me tired though. I'm actually feeling sleepy right now. And that looks like a... What does this look like to you guys? Whoops, I was through it. I was trying to get it closer. I'm trying to get the thing underneath, not the bed. Stop it. Ah, I can't get things to this bed. Move, bed. There. I don't think I can get in closer, but what does this look like to you guys? in. What does this little thing look like to you guys? I'm just wondering what you guys think this little thing in my hands is. What do you think? Sneaky, what do you think this is? Just curious. Hey, Sneaky. What do you think this little thing is that I'm carrying now? What do you think this little thing, though? I mean, I'm just curious about what you think it is. Not trying to be rude, just asking. A pill bottle.
Closing in.
It could be. I could say that it could be. Because it sure looks kind of like one. Looks like one that has been here for ages, though. Looks kind of old. I'm just saying, it looks like one that's kind of... My theory is maybe brick, because a pill bottle wouldn't hear it sound like this. I don't want to lose it, but you can hear it. It sounds hard-ish, like a brick would be. Could be here, why? Hi, scarce one. Nice to see you again. Like always, it's always nice to see you guys. No clue? You don't have a clue? My theory is it looks like a brick or a pill bottle. Could be either. Whatever it is, it's old and not the looking that's yeah, it's scarce one. Okay. Okay, scarce one. That's interesting. I'm gonna leave it alone and leave it down here. I can't carry everything. Especially with monsters about. You'll see what I mean. Sad news. Wanna hear what sad news? I guess you could tell me. No. No. Not to you, I would say no to the monster. Oh, whoa. No, monster. Insert I want to hear. Hi? Oh my. I'm not gonna be safe in here. So you can tell me, I'm not gonna go against you. Bye-bye, monster, I guess. Sure, you can tell me if you want, scarce one. I'm not saying you can't tell me. Man. You can tell me if you want. Okay. I'm not fully here, so sorry if I sound rude. Alright. So what's the bad news? I am hoping everything's okay though, cause I care about you guys. I mean, you're like family and friends both, you know. Dad passed away today. With me by his side. Aw. That's sad, but that's also kind of beautiful too, because in a way, that's a good way to go. In a way, that's kind of a good way to go, because at least he had a happy family member that actually cared about him by his side. You know. I'm not saying anything to me. I'm just saying I think that having you near him was a good way for him to die, so he can, you know, at least be happy for a little while with you. That's so sweet though, in a way. And beautiful.
Where is she? Where did she go?
The same.
No.
Why I feel like that.
I'll never tell you.
You're just making things worse. Look, this is no place for a young girl all by herself. She could be hurt or worse. There's no telling what horrors await down there.
Oh, hey, we have a... Hey. I have bad feeling on my belly. Hey, at least now my thing is full. Now my oil is full. I'm gonna show you guys something scary. I'm scared. Are you gonna come? Yes, they're coming. Yes, hi. My monster. It's a no-no. It's a no-no. Here, let's go for a hiding place. I fit in here. Why can't I fit in here now? I'm running. I'm running. Can you get away, monster? Yeah.
But Mother, I don't want to leave without you.
Hurry, Joe. You must go. Find Gabriel, the outlet, and tell him where the king's men.
That was a little scary, yes. That was a bit scary.
No, you come too.
Please, we don't have time to make the hole any wider.
But
Someone is coming. Hurry. I'll cover the hole with a bed. Everything will be fine. I promise.
But I can actually know how it feels to lose family members, because I have lost quite a few to the COVID. So I actually know the feeling. Fine, let's just lower my pace back up. I will not be able to stay chat for just a couple minutes.
2nd of August, 1839. I have arrived at the village of Altstadt. It's a haven in the midst of a vast forest and the last stop before my final destination, Castle Brennenburg. It's late in the evening, and the outrider, who has been with the coach since Bremen, advised me to wait until morning before I venture further. I've arranged for a bed at Der Müller, the village's only inn, and am now waiting for the sun to rise. I try to sleep, but as I close my eyes, I see the men who fell victim in London. My fear and shame forces me to witness the same scenes over and over. They are dead because of me.
That kind of sounds eerie. Just saying. That hurt.
I doubt that very much.
Is he safe? Well, it's for his own good. Soon he'll be ready. Let there be enough time.
No, thank you, monster.
He is the gate. Where is he now? Find a way.
I was trying to get on his head for a moment so I could smash our door, but no! You have to do this to me. But at least the monster's gone, so I can just walk this way now without him being there. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about the monster. I mean, there's actually a decent amount of light around here. Or not having a lot. I'm gonna do one like right here just cause in the air station just to really have a little light.
Hey! Anybody! Help! Christ, I don't believe this. Why? I mean, why? What did I do to deserve this? I mean, it can't be. Do I deserve this? It wasn't my fault. Why did he have to go in there? He didn't go into burning houses. He should have known better.
August 1839. I feel like I have fled the world and all its worries. Brennenburg is a majestic creation perched upon a forest-clad hill with towers reaching well above even the highest pine trees. Following the winding road leading to the gates gives the impression of discovering something forgotten, as if journeying with Marco Polo to the hidden Xanadu. Alexander, the Baron, is a peculiar but gracious man. He seems well versed in worldly matters and is not at all as eccentric as I assumed. My room is exquisite. and I'm confident that no hotel for miles could even hope to match it. As the sun sets on Brennenburg, its fairy tale varnish turns to an eerie gloom. Alexander's strange servants are never far away. They are a quiet lot, and their behavior could only be described as skulking. Alexander seems pleased by my presence. As he puts it, it seems like I got here just in time.
I wonder what they mean by just in time. I have no idea. To our monster.
August 1839. The nightmares woke me in the early morning, and for a moment I forgot where I was. Shortly after, there was a knock on my door. Alexander had heard my screams and asked me to join him in the parlor. As we drank our tea, Alexander began to tell me what he knew. It seems like the orb I found casts a long and dark shadow. It's not only a powerful item, but a dangerous one. Simply by touching it, you invoke the powers within, and if you are too weak to control it, it will devour you. The shadow is a sluggish thing, lagging behind the wielder, killing anyone or anything in its path to reclaim the orb. I said I didn't care about its powers, and that I should throw it away. Alexander advised against this, as I'd still be a part of the path to the orb, and eventually suffer death. Having the orb, I would at least have the chance to fight back when the time came. I asked Alexander what he meant when he said he could protect me, and he answered that things can be done, but at a price.
Whoopsie. Well, there goes the monster. Well, for now, the monster's gone again. That's kind of how these monsters work. Once they get you, they die. Well, you die and they go vanish to somewhere else, I guess. I don't really know how that works. But I do know that they can kind of be annoying at times. I bet you guys probably can see that too. I bet it'll be run right out here. to do to win is basically exit this room. That's basically what I gotta do. I constantly always get beamed by these monsters. I mean, I literally can't help it because the monsters are kinda deadly. I mean, they almost always one-shot me. I'm gonna go this way, I think. I think I do, at least. I'm just gonna lay a little bit of stuff here, because why not? Because when you're gonna be getting chased by a monster, you kinda want as much light as you possibly can get. That's fine, dude. And probably actually also are watching what I'm doing, so it distracts you from talking. I can actually understand why you wouldn't be talking right now. Focusing probably on so many other things at the same time. And you monster. I got object. Doesn't that mean Q monster? Cause seriously, I just got an object. It's fine if you don't always talk. I mean, I don't always talk either. I'm sometimes focused on what I'm doing, so I don't talk right away. Well, I guess we technically could just exit the zone because I thought there's gonna be more monsters chasing me. Apparently no. Apparently not. Apparently, why am I over here? Because this is not where I need to be. Well, this is close to where I need to be. This is where I need to be, actually. Oh, don't worry about that, dude. He won't get me. If I enter the door before he can get me, ha ha ha. He can't get me. And we will not have to worry about any more owlbears or anything. Bye bye. And that's the way, you win it,
So you used the drain sewers as a means of transport?
Yes, they were built to divert water from an underground spring. And are quite spacious. It seemed only natural to incorporate it into the overall structure.
But we won't be using it.
Not today. The flow is seasonal, and when the spring runs dry, the damp tunnels produce a rather poisonous type of fungi. There is an antidote, of course, but we won't be bothering with it today. Come, this way instead. We're almost there.
And we're going to go into our second machine room, by the way. Actually, we won't need that oil lantern yet. I'll take this, put that down. Oh yeah, I forgot that other one's probably stuck. It's fine. Repair the machine, powering the eastern bridge. Yeah, I forgot about that piece. Bye-bye. Once we get to the door that has the broken bridge, that's gonna be a new monster. By the way, guys, there's gonna be a new monster once we hit to that door with the broken bridge. I'm serious with that. That monster is gonna now pursue us after just like the monsters before it.
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shade will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
Thank you for the nice comment about my Nightbot. Yes, but my bots do want to act as nice as possible. That's kind of their thing. I don't know if it's... Oh, it's a bit dark actually in here. I only have one of those left. Come on. But I think that was a pretty good deal, I have to say.
Herbert, how did we find this place? An old friend back in Algiers gave me a map.
Why isn't he with us? Didn't he want to come?
He wanted to, Daniel, but things don't always turn out the way we planned.
True. Not time out. No. He cannot time out for 1 minute, lol. No. Please don't. Seriously, I'm right in the middle of the game, but I can't focus on doing that right now. Maybe tomorrow, if I do a silly stream, that'll be where you can do that stuff. Right now I'm feeling a little too serious when I'm playing Amnesia. Amnesia a little more serious than doing IRL or ASMR or my other games and stuff. But maybe tomorrow. I don't know, maybe not. If you say my bots are actually being nice, they might not be so nice. They might not be so nice if you time them out. I'm trying to be mean, they just may not be so nice if you... Oh, no, I did the wrong button. I'm trying to throw that so I can actually get across the room. Wait. Just be careful what you do in my bots because I don't want to have to. Actually, if you time out BeboBot, he's not going to be a mod anymore, I don't think, and I will have to remod him, and that's going to be a pain in the buttons. So actually, I would rather you not. If we could possibly not maybe do that. It's not even that dark in here. A lot lighter in here than I expected. Actually, I think BeboBot is a mod. BeboBot is a mod. It might not be so smart to be doing timeout on a mod. I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean to you though, Sneaky. I'm just saying I don't know if I want to time out on my mods. I don't know if you can do that because he's a mod. BeboBot's a mod. So I don't know if you can do that. You can't really time out a mod. Or moderator, I meant to say. Alright, I'm gonna read this. If that's okay. I hope you're not mad at me, Sneaky. Are you mad at me? I'm hoping you're not upset at me. You're not mad at me, are you, Sneaky? I'm gonna repeat though until you actually answer me because I have anxiety. I don't want to make people mad. Oh, okay. Oh, you're so nice. You're very nice and understandable. I like people like that. That's really nice. I'm gonna read this now. Machine 13 January 1799. The work I have put into the machine is unequally by the reason of amen. The thought that generations of men have passed away since I first attempted to reconstruct the sign is most tiring. The limitations of the world have made my work incredibly difficult. It had forced me to build the thing almost 100 times larger than the delicate contraption it tries to eliminate. Not to mention the flow of tame and lightning cruelly replaced by pressure steam pushing its way through pipes and turbines. It shames me to think of what the inventor would have thought of my monster, but he works with a magnifying glass to carefully fix the parts. I pushed 5 men to a tower of bright iron in the hope it will have even the tiniest hint of power found in a traveler's locket. And thank you for being understandable. Also, you can't time out mods if you're a mod. I think that's kind of how that works. You can't do that to our mods. Nothing against you. I think that's just something that's done on Twitch. I don't know why. It just is what it is. Life is what it is sometimes. I'm just thinking that it makes some sense, I guess. Oh, they can't be removed.
Daniel, is that you? What are you doing?
I'm fixing the machine. What do you think I'm doing, numbskull? I'm talking to the game. By the way, and it's not the smartest tool in the set. He doesn't even know what his own people in his team are doing. I have 4 of these. I'm gonna use a couple at least if I can help it. Come on, I was trying to put the... Oh, that's the wrong way. Wheel won't fit back on. It's broken beyond repair. Ooh, I have an idea for that. Look at that. I fixed it with no problem, guys. I'm gonna go down first so I can, or I just go falling down. See, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't actually mean to do that. I was trying to grab onto the ladder and fell. That's nice. Oh, yeah. I think that's what I needed though, so that's some more news. Thanks. You are really cool too. Yeah, it's this one I want to fix. Don't worry about me being hurt in the game though. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be worrying too much about it now. Oops, oh well. What are you gonna do? And here comes the new monsters coming in this room. Just to tell you. I hope you're prepared, because you actually have heard the monster. You know that monster that sounds like a goat? Well, you'll get to see the goat monster. Or his nickname is Moose Man, because he more sounds like a moose to some people. Actually, yeah, he sounds more like a moose. I would say he's a moose man. Hey, Sneaky, are you ready to see the Moose Man? Because I'm sure not. Not yet, at least.
Do you see, Daniel?
Do you see, Daniel?
What? The shadow. It has for now.
Yeah.
Come, let's get this out of here so we can get some peace.
Yes, let's. Where to?
Just down the corridor to the morgue.
Are there more dead men there?
You did well, Daniel. Come, let's get going.
I'm a bit scared of the Moose Man, though, myself. I'm gonna do this to him. I wasn't done.
What happened? Why are all these dead? Where am I? What's happening? Help! Anybody! Help!
I hear you breathing, Daniel.
Vaccine trials. The vaccine enables men to work, and the fungi run sewer is a defined success. Unfortunately, only a few of the servants have been refined as the procedure proves difficult. The others will perish, and eventually I will have to create more of them to keep my experiments running. Note that injection of vaccinated blood will work as a shield long enough to pass the sewage without any risk of infection. It will do fine for personal transportation or transport.
You hear me? Have you changed your mind?
I will not change my mind. I fear for Daniel, for he is reckless. He is tainted by the approaching shadow and will not be able to pass the gate. Will he be able to accept this in the end? My love, I've seen evil in him. How am I to trust him? The truth will cruel ironly that I have to do upon him what a grip of death upon me. Well, Daniel's not gonna take that sent down. He's gonna actually probably end up canceling that happening. Thank you. I actually appreciate the kindness. I'm not even joking. I'm quite actually serious. Plague outbreak. The strange deaths among the servants and the prisoners have finally been resolved. It seems that the drain sewer, which has recently been opened up for use as a means of transport, is plagued by a particular poisonous fungi. The victim seems to have suffered an extremely quick outbreak of sickness, affecting the entire body. Some of my men, including myself, are briefly spared by this calamity, but it is clear that this cripples my progress. The prisoners die quickly in their catan. When they lacks the energy I seek, I shall immediately start working on a vaccination. You know, I don't know if I like this. Yep, the drill cannot be used. It's broken, basically. And basically it will say, no need to inject the blood again. And here comes the Moose Man. The Moose Man's actually trying to break through that door right now. So, I just gotta get some. Yeah, where do you, what? Where do you get a gift stuff at? Oh, there's the Moose Man. Yeah, sure. Oh, you're mad and angry. before I see them. Those are cute. Yeah, and that's mine. I don't want to do that. Look at this. Just look at where I am, though, first. I'm on the Moose Man's head. I'm on the Moose Man hand. I'm on his head, though. This will end up bad for me, eventually. Ooh, I don't like you, old buddy.
3 days now. This is ridiculous. Why doesn't someone enter this room? Hey! Anybody! Help! Help! I'm so tired. If I sleep, I had to wait for this nightmare. No, I read my everything. Take me in my sleep.
Ugh. That's scary, man. Really, again? Always something. I have something to heal with. Crazy land. Crazy land. Crazy land. That's why I say this area. It's kind of crazy land for you.
Serving water from the spring.
Yes, it enables me to control the water in the drain sewers to some extent. Also, it can be used for all sorts of purposes.
Like for drinking?
Well, that too. But mostly to run different machines.
Ah, like water mills.
Exactly.
August 1839. There is no denying that Alexander puts a lot of faith into what I can only describe as magic. I'm not surprised. Even while traveling across Europe, I assumed I would have to embrace the supernatural to save my mind and life. As a novice, I do everything in my power to stay focused and not dwell too much on my own doubts. Alexander woke me up early and told me it was time we got started on our work. He was obviously excited to get going, and we headed downstairs to the old dungeon. where he preferred to attempt his rituals. It turns out that Alexander is a true Renaissance man, paralleled only by Da Vinci, I'm sure. He showed me several rooms fitted for specific research, such as anatomy studies, alchemy, and botany. The crown of Brennenburg must be the inner sanctum, a most hallowed ground where we shall attempt to permanently banish the orb's shadow. August 1839. I could never be certain until today that I was on the right path. Using my orb, Alexander managed to channel its power unto us. The inner sanctum flared with blue, fiery light, and I could feel the same things I felt in the dark chamber in Algeria. It was like standing in a mad whirlpool of impressions. It was terrifying. But Alexander kept calm and wielded strange tools of science in order to tame the storms. Suddenly, the blue light was stained by strains of red, and the walls burst with pulsating tissue resonating with the scene. Alexander quickly covered the orb in some cloth, and the unspeakable thing vanished. Apparently, the orb's shadow is closer than Alexander thought. He said I should prepare for a warding ritual tomorrow. I'm not sure what he expects, but I have a bad feeling about this.
Sorry, guys, it's on. So I don't get anything against me, I'm just gonna pause it for a moment. The whole right brain more wait when I was just on the edge. But must be lifted lower to proceed. There are bells and etc. to extract the water from the sewer. I kinda guessed that. I'm also trying to do this as best as I can.
August 1839. It is still early, and Alexander is busy preparing for the ritual later today. Seeing him this worked up makes me question why. What does he stand to gain? I realize he is curious about it all, but surely there must be more. Is he so foolish he will attempt to tame the power of the orb? I must admit that yesterday, when Alexander flooded the inner sanctum with blue light, I realized we had but graced the orb's true potential. This might turn out to be more than escaping a creeping shadow. It might be the beginning of something truly extraordinary.
That is pretty cool. No water monster this time, okay, cool. Oh wait, unless I didn't get everywhere, but I must have. Must have gotten everywhere, I swear. At least the first half of the sewer, and then I'm gonna be done. 10:02. I'm thinking this will be plenty long by the time when I get VOD. Nope, we didn't get it fully. Never mind. We had to get back in there because I wasn't done. Missed one, I think. Hint that. Why would I? This light was still on over here, and not all the pipes and stuff. I don't know if I turned the bell after the note. And now we go. Now you got to punch this through. What will happen? Probably want me to continue onward. I'm gonna do a little more, guys, and then I'm gonna be done. I do notice though, like within here, there's no shadow. There is a little bit in the sewers, but there's none in here. Like some other areas, get the sewer, get the, red stuff over, but nope, not here. This must be like the hard way you can go, but you can't obviously go there this time. And you can't go back to any of the areas because it says it won't budge. I don't think the shadow blocked that one because, there was no shadow near the exit of that one. Now I can actually go all the way down here. until at least the first half of the sewer, and then I'll probably have to be done after that. Well, that monster was... I don't know what he was. It was interesting, though. run through the abyss. Ooh. I didn't even know, I glitched out the wall hole. I'm about to die. Darn it. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
What's happening? What are you doing? Let me go! Please, don't take me! Nobody ever return!
Well, bear gates appear to be weaker than the rest.
Daniel, turn around this instant. You are carrying the shadow with you.
Okay, what's going on by that creature? Whoops, well, I died. It happened. Okay, so this time it doesn't, I don't know if it appeared outside here anymore. Wondering now if it appears. Yeah, I didn't hear the noise when you heard the sound when it happened. Oh well, what can I do? I mean, I'm survived. Okay. Well, I'm gonna at least get up the... Damn it. Okay. I'm gonna put out not much of that if I can help it. Yeah, we're gonna get out there, that sewer. I think I'll go as far as saying I'll play until the shadow chase, the first shadow chase. Watch your step. Well, might have done that on purpose for an Easter egg.
Oh.
Or I might just like end it here, guys. I mean, I don't know. I might make sure I collect everything and get some light on in here. Now that's fully full.
9th of August, 1839. I can't stop sweating and shaking. The warding ritual was not something of a sane mind. I did not even realize the dungeon was still in use. Alexander had his servants bring one of the prisoners, a murderer, he told me. Alexander made all the arrangements, but he said I had to perform the ritual in order to have the right effect. The shadow could be led astray by the blood of another. Killing the man would provide us precious time. What else could I do? Alexander said it had to be done. He is saving my life. I don't have the luxury of argument.
He does actually have a point. He does not have the luxury of arguing with the man who's trying to save him.
I need you to stay awake. Can you feel the syringe?
No, I can't feel anything. Alexander?
Yes.
Soon, I won't even be able to move, will I?
Your life is safe.
I don't doubt that. But will it be worth living? Thank you. You have my gratitude. My name is Agrippa. Who might you be? You know that I understand. You want to stop Alexander? Oh my. So Babylon shall follow you, say. You hurry too much. Alexander is toothless without a law. Yes. That's not how it comes to go. The cycle is basically perfect, but suggested by them. It could be reached by Ralph, but Alexander won't leave. I mean, my a long time ago. Really? Then if you tell the truth, by all means, seek out the pieces of the broken wall and mend away. I believe he uses them for torture now. They practically leak matter, which is quite useful, I understand. There should be 6 of them. Look around the fire and the transept. You should be able to find them there.
I'm just gonna get through these few first seconds of this area. Make sure everything's running, then I'll go into the transcript, but not the choir room. I think before I go in the choir room will be where I end, because that's close to where I want to end. Transcript, so I can get the blur and stuff. And then, yeah, I'll finish. And after that. I'll bring the stuff to our room when I need to go to, but after that I'll pretty much end it. After I go into get the stuff and
Dad,
meet
you
Mr. Glenn.
have gone too far. I have to stop you. I can't let you proceed any further. I'm sorry, my friend.
I think pretty much any story though it has to do with the shadow and amnesia. Pretty much. So I don't know if PlayStation has the mod version. I just gotta go.
I hate to bother you further, but if you're really going after Alexander.
Oh, okay. All of his damage happened. I'm scared though, because there is some of those and get a little bit shaken, right? This turn box.
already. I know this taste. The taste of Damascus rose obfuscating the truth in a dim haze. They may sweep the traces from my memory, but my body remembers. These cuts speak volumes, even though my mind remains silent. They will be back. Oh, they will be back.
Good to see you.
Well, I ain't going all over the place there. I was just going to, yeah, where I wanted to go. And then I'll go in the R area and end in there too.
How much more, Baron? How much more am I supposed to withstand? Kill me already! Kill me!
This one. Prepare him.
I don't really need oil in here. I know my knees. I'm gonna read it first. It is you, my love, I miss the most, or is it perhaps myself? I know what I have become. I am not blind, I am a monster to them, and divine something perched on a dark mountain top. There is little I can do to redeem myself. My black eagle fears me, and after Napoleon's defeat, it is only a matter of time before they will demand my head on a platter. I must remove myself from the land. This time it must work. If I can't return home now, I shall perish. Torture. There is quite a few things to be said about torture I had. Feared that direction I would get from victims would be highly individual. Thankfully, that is not the case. The humans all have a very similar approach to dealing with physical pain and terror of amputation. I can't stress enough the importance of a strain. The victims before proceeding. Even the most timid creature can break out in fits of violence while the strength sees their space and powers. If proper care has been put into breaking the victim, this should not be a problem, but it will also hinder the effect I am after. The right steps to take are therefore to restrain. While the victim is still dazed, proceeds by presenting the form of torture you are about to apply, then to continue with the actual act. The point of frustration is to infuse terror. The human mind is extremely efficient as it will trigger itself into greater fear simply by imagining it. While applying pain, make sure to avoid massive damage, as it will prove more efficient if the process on the sustain. If the process can be sustained. Also apply the pressure in doses, if possible, with breaks to let the body settle. If you are whipping or cutting the victim, strike once, wait for the pain to subdue, then strike again. As long as the body suffers, it will continue to produce the vente and the sensory body with its properties. Only with careful performance will the victim yield maximum effect. If the victim doesn't behave as expected, it's likely that all will be for naught. Before this happens, feed them the amnesia drink and try again later. Interesting.
The cradle is ready.
Good.
You're a man. How can you partake in this?
Is he all right?
He is one of the wicked. Don't pay his lies any attention.
I'm not a bad man. It was an accident.
He set a man on fire.
It wasn't my fault. Why won't anyone listen?
That's horrible.
Of course. We are dealing with monsters here.
No, please. Do anything. Whatever you want. Anything. I'll do anything. I'm innocent.
Down, his tears fell with blood flowed from his belly. The saw between his had lost itself in the hip and won't move any further. Then step back and wait for the victim to change.
you again. You seem to have found all the all pieces used in the transaction. Go to the quest.
And like guys, I think so this area, and then we'll go to our area where I can end.
In this level, it is easily done to not see the whole level. If you have all the ore pieces when coming here, you will get captured at the start and will not get a chance to see the rest of the level. There is a whole area to the east consisting of 2 very detailed rooms, so if you end up being captured on your first visit, make sure to come visit again.
Just a little further.
It's like Orpheus descending into the underworld.
Are you hiding something? Your intuition is remarkable.
I'm not sure I'm following.
It doesn't matter. It's just a myth after all.
Monster went away. But hey, that doesn't stop me from going in here and collecting this stuff anyway. I just didn't have to die to do it. The Scar Orb. All is lost. I must once again start over. Ever since I recovered the orb first found by Agrippa, I've depended on it for my research. The instant rebellion made me most fear, and I perceive prisoners I perceive with found which without proper foresight, and the orb cracked and fell into 6 parts. I tried everything but have yet to mend the thing. Unless I can think of a way to piece it together, I will have to find another. There is still life in pieces, even if the orb isn't restored. I might be able to salvage some of the power for some other purpose. Centuries have passed in vain, and begin to wonder if I will ever be able to see my Logan. How much longer can I sustain my life?
Torture Chancel was an interesting level. It made a clear break from all the claustrophobic tunnels that make up the majority of our levels. It also presented a challenge, since we had to fill that space with interesting pieces and still be able to run it on older computers. The idea of the level is to give the player a sense of what is to come, and to give them a feeling that maybe all this was here, even before Alexander built his castle. As a contrast to the mystic shrines, we have an electric barrier in the back of the level. The idea and design of this bit is an homage to the movie Event Horizon.
No curse.
12th of August, 18. I tried to...
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just don't really have time to have you guys hear it, but I guess I could probably read it myself to you guys. I think it's in notes actually. I mean not. Yeah, it's basically just about the prisoners in the game. How it's taking a slow time and doing stuff for what they're needing to do for the show and all that. And I'm going to last place. Now.
Cells are meant to hold prisoners who are under treatment. The people you send for will end up here. Remember that the confinement itself works as a preamble to the torture, and you should pace yourself. Don't take anyone before they are ready.
Understood.
Sounds from the torture chambers are shuttled in through those pipes in the ceiling. Manage your victims well, and let one prisoner's pain instill terror in his cellmate.
No, I want these guns. Impart the order of the Black Eagle spiritual relics at each heart while I sit quietly in place. Willfully forgotten once in a while, someone will notice me and lose themselves in silence covered before regaining their senses. They all know I am the one in the same understanding who helped their fathers and grandfathers to find this great order. I've seen them take their first places, and they too will grow old and pass away, while I remain the same age, aged not by time, but by anguish. Oh yeah, this is Grandpa's win for him. be Agrippa's ingredients that he needs. But I think I should probably end here, guys, so I can get some rest. I mean, it's like almost 11 p.m. And I can't wait much longer for people to come back on, so I'm gonna end my stream here just to tell you. I think I'm gonna end here though, guys, just so I can, you know, get some rest too. Yeah, but I'm gonna do my end stuff here so I can get to being done. So I'm gonna do my first team. I'll just call it Savage Squad, which I think I'm still part of that team either way. And they are an awesome team to be part of. And that's why I'm doing this Savage Squad Presents Horror Fun Scary Amnesia. That's why I'm doing it, for this awesome, amazing team. And of course, rules are no rude or trolling things towards them. Just saying, in case people do decide to do that, I'm just saying. Anyways, in my team here that I'm part of, we have Dasco's Gaming, good friends as well. All these people are really good friends with me, so they're cool. We have Dasco's Gaming, A Poster, Repex Matthew, Nurse Forte, and Famous Gameray, Conjuncty, Lucky Sonata, Neilheimer, The Carway 13, Allmill 55, and Spiral 2355. Which they are really amazing people. Now we'll do my team, of course. the Nightmare Crew. And of course, very nice people in there too, just no rude or trolling stuff to them, you know what I mean. Anyway, my team, we have my good friends Epic So yeah, Royal Food, Bad Like Buddha, Ice Cube 777, Grudge Charge, Storm, I Paint Creatures, Ash Wolf 27, and Veronica Rose. That's what I was trying to say. Wow. And this is part 2 of my team, of course. Why do I have 2 people now? My second half of my team, we have my friend Mary, Cam Bucks, Lay, Asmar Avatar, Unstub TV, my really good friend Laura 6683, my awesome good friend Foxless Prime, my really good best friend Rainbows 1963, and also my good new member Go TV. And this is part 3 of my team, which has my friend Watermelon Goal. It's 3 times 7. I don't know, Watermelon Goal is still called Watermelon Goal or not. I forgot if she changed her name or not. So either way, I guess you could find out when you click the link, you know. And this is all Spray Tan's emotes. And I think these are still horror emotes, but they just don't pop up. Oh hey, and we're at 4 hours. And this is also Red Queen's emotes, which I don't have subbed, so that's why I'm not shown. Wow, I'm typing like a maniac here, I should stop that. And this is my old friend Doss's emotes. I know it doesn't show up. Still kinda nice to at least give a shout out to the emotes, as they say. I'm trying to do something, darn technology. Wow, I have a lot of emotes myself. By the way, guys, if you're in my stream lurking right now or anything, because I feel there's some people doing that right now. And you can stay lurking, as I'll be able to be doing reruns after this anyway. And this is my first really cool emote, which is Sweet Baldi's Love Lurk. On trying to get the yep. Sweet Baldi's Love Lurk has a little love heart. It kind of looks like a little angel, so it's kind of supposed to be sweet. We have my Gypsy Sub Hype 24, which is also really good. When picture pops, yep, Gypsy's on it, my little Forky action figures on it, and also my little blue face paint Alice is on it. We also have Baldi Safety 2. I don't know why it disappeared like that. Weird. Sorry, on my screen it did. Sorry guys. And this is Puppy Meg Give Hype 22 occurs. It's a cute one for Halloween, I have to say. Okay, just making sure that was one-time deal, I guess. We also have my Spiral B raid, with a Spiral raid shirt and orange background, which is really cool. And we also have him with Sparks Bumblebee Dragonflight hybrid there. Kinda Halloweenish, I guess you could say, alright. We also have... Hold on. This is my tier 2 now. Which is my cute white face being Harley. She's my hoodie, which is kind of related to Kenny, I guess. But the pants and hoodie being like, that, which is adorable. And she has Hype and GG on there, and a lit layer, which is like for lit. An apple, kind of lit hype emote. We got Scary Sleeping Time GG. He's really adorable though. I still have to say he's not super scary. We also... This is my bit rewards now. That was my tier 3, the guy sweep one, by the way. And this is my 5k bit reward, which once it pops up, will be. We have my 5k bit reward which is my cool Lurk Love cat. It's adorable one as well. We also have, for my 1k bit reward, we have Baldy Farmer Bit Hype 22. I guess you could say that Baldy's wearing like a scarecrow slash, you know, farmer costume, but you know, it's cool. This is my 10k bit reward, which is my Ghost and Crafters Hype. It's kind of a cute hype emote, pretty much. That's pretty much all I got for you guys for today. I hope everyone has a good rest of the day and all. And now I'm gonna end it here so I can get some good shut-eye, and I'll start my reruns after. I'll pretty much start them after I get, you know, have to get a video of this, you know, done to put in the reruns. So I'll see you guys next time. I hope everyone has a good rest of your day and all.
Text to speech unavailable here.
I hope you guys do have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time I stream, which probably will be tomorrow, depending on how I feel. But if not, I'll be probably seeing you guys again on Monday. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day and all. And I'll see you soon, guys. And keep up the good work for being kind and hearted like you guys are. Keep up that good work. I hope everyone has a good rest of your day. I'll talk to you guys soon, and I will make sure to put this on my reruns as well, alright? See you later, guys. Bye, guys. Bye.